Oh, a new visitor from the woods. Welcome. Are you a lost wanderer? Tired of a long journey? Then join me. Sit beside the fireplace and let me tell you some stories that may soothe your mood as you regain your strength. Are you all set? Good. A wise woman once said, "A rose cannot grow in darkness. It dies and the darkness grows." Would she lie? Most probably yes. Looks can be deceiving, and this woman embodies that line best. Mysterious even to other members of the Black Rose Cabal, this woman is but one of many names for a pale woman who has manipulated people and events since the earliest days of Noxus. In fact, the shadiest organization of Noxus, which was the Black Rose, was formed because of this woman. She was one of the founders of the Black Rose, scheming to a plan that only a few know. Using her magic to copy herself, the sorceress can appear to anyone, anywhere, and even be in many places at once. At one point, she was an old lady. Next, she could be a Demacian noble, and the clones could exist all at the same time. Her clones were not just mere mirrors, but a living copy of herself. Always plotting just out of sight, her true motives are as inscrutable as her shifting identity. This is the story of LeBlanc, the Deceiver. LeBlanc was born 900 years before Noxus, and her origin was unknown. As the matron of the Black Rose, her identity is as intangible as the whispers that describe her, as ephemeral as the illusions that give her shape. Perhaps it is unknown even to herself after so many centuries of mimicry and deception. Remnants of an order that has existed far longer than Noxus itself. Initiates of the Black Rose have schemed from the shadows for centuries, drawing the rich and powerful to their ranks. Though they do not often learn the origins of their matron, many have uncovered legends of a pale sorceress who aided the broken barbarian tribes in their struggle against the infamous Iron Revenant, subjugating lands already ravaged by the Darken. Even today, his name is whispered in fear. Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser was the strongest man of that era, and LeBlanc, his ally, had been scheming behind the curtains to take him down. It would require a lot of effort to do so, but LeBlanc was ready and committed to her goal. Uniquely skilled among the Revenant's inner circle before she betrayed him, the sorceress pledged to neutralize the source of his power, the immortal Bastion, cutting him off from the well of death that fueled his nightmarish empire. Yet even as the barbarians built an empire of their own in the Bastion's shadow, they failed to realize that the arcane secrets it held had not wholly been locked away. The pale sorceress had always been gifted at illusion, and her greatest trick was to make Noxus forget the dark power roiling in its own heart before she was burned from the pages of history around the time of the Rune Wars. An empire was brewing above the immortal Bastion itself, and LeBlanc must hone its potential. While scouting for new allies, LeBlanc encountered a bloodthirsty barbarian, a tall man with an eternally youthful face. He has medium-length white hair and blue eyes that will glow red when he utilizes his magic. His name is Vladimir, the Crimson Reaper. LeBlanc approached the barbarian god with an offer. The two feasted together as equals, weaving magic so dark that the wine at their table soured and the roses withered, vibrant red turning to black. This encounter would result in the formation of the Black Rose, and so began the pact between LeBlanc and Vladimir. The Black Rose exists now to further the clandestine interests of those who can wield such magic, with its rank and file composed of mundane nobles, drawn to rumors of miracles, kept in thrall, and ruthlessly exploited. even the most powerful military commander, could only ever serve the cult's true masters as they fight one another for influence in games of intrigue and conquest, both in the Noxian capital and beyond its borders. For centuries, LeBlanc has served in secret as an advisor to foreign dignitaries, appearing in many nations at once, her illusions driving order into chaos. Rumors of a new matron rising with each generation only raise further questions. Which is the true version of herself? When she speaks, is it with her own voice? And what will the price be for the favor she offers? The Empire of Noxus rises, but those questions remain unanswered. No one could comprehend what she was doing. Her illusions were so great that other nations didn't even know that LeBlanc was just pulling the strings, playing with them under their noses. Soon, Borum Darkwheel, the Emperor of Noxus, was but the latest to learn this last answer for himself. Though the Black Rose has aided his bid for the throne, he refused the counsel of their hand-picked advisors, requiring LeBlanc to take drastic measures. A stringless puppet is no use for LeBlanc. If that's the case, she must replace the Emperor. Manipulating a young nobleman named Jericho Swain, LeBlanc revealed the cult's involvement in the Empire. This move allowed LeBlanc to be executed along with the most prominent conspirators. Or at least, so it appeared. Noxus believed that the sorceress was finally gone, allowing LeBlanc to work more mysteriously. In time, LeBlanc reached out to Darkwheel herself and found an increasingly paranoid ruler, fearing for his own mortality. Taking advantage of the situation, LeBlanc promised Darkwheel the secrets to extend his life, the reason how he has been around for centuries. She slowly poisoned Darkwheel's mind, even as she empowered him. The puppet string was reattached, but he was no longer stable. Under his rule, the Noxian reverence of strength became something far more sinister, and together they ensured Swain's legend would end in disgrace on the battlefields of Ionia. His arm was severed in the battle against the Blade Dancer, but they managed to escape. Later on, Swain, emboldened by forbidden lore from within the immortal bastion, did something wholly unexpected, managing to drag Darkwheel from the throne and seize Noxus for himself. This new Grand General was not interested in his own legacy, but the glory of the Empire, and such a man could not so easily be corrupted. After countless centuries, LeBlanc wondered, had she finally found a worthy nemesis? Jericho Swain exceeded her expectations, a unique individual who escaped her schemes, and someone who was truly faithful to the empire that LeBlanc had been building for a long time. If someone thinks that LeBlanc only put her influence on Noxus, then they are mistaken. Her actions have pushed Runeterra to the brink of all-out war many times. In the wake of desperate campaigns across the Freljord, on Targon's peaks, and deep in Shurima's deserts, the darkest magic has begun to spread once more, circling closer and closer to Noxus. Whether LeBlanc is still the same pale sorceress who betrayed the Iron Revenant, or merely one of countless hollow reflections, her influence clearly stems from ancient roots. The Black Rose has yet to truly bloom. Now working in the shadows, LeBlanc saw another potential servant for the Black Rose. She is a noble with a strong personality and deceiving looks, a younger version of herself judging by those aspects. Her name is Elise Kithra, the daughter of one of the oldest noble houses in Noxus. She was married to a man named Berholt for a political move, and their relationship has been in a ruckus since Elise was manipulating Berholt, which resulted in a brewing hatred for Elise. And so LeBlanc watched and waited for the perfect timing. One evening, Berholt came up with a plan and acted quickly. Berholt poisoned the drinks. Later on, the two of them enjoyed the typically frosty dinner as Elise fell into the trap. At that moment, Berholt revealed he had poisoned her wine. Elise was shocked, but remained composed during the whole ordeal. She thought there must be something Berholt wanted for doing this act. He could have assassinated her, or just let her die from the poison, but he instead informed her about the poisoning. This led Elise to think that there was probably a motif underneath. Shortly, Berholt demanded Elise to withdraw from society and let him take up the reins of power, since their noble houses were already united. That request proved that Elise was indeed right in her rationale. She also realized that Berholt wouldn't establish those demands if he didn't have the antidote to this poison. So Elise played the role of a remorseful wife, weeping and begging her husband's forgiveness. Berholt thought that he had finally won against Elise. He approached her with the intention of giving the antidote, but Elise snatched up the knife and plunged it into his heart, falling into her web of facade as Berholt clung to his last breath. Elise was free from the poison, but even with the antidote, she was still bedridden for weeks. During her recovery, a mysterious pale woman paid her a visit. It was LeBlanc, disguised again as someone that nobody knew, but her image was known to be the recruiter of the Black Rose. Elise was clueless about how this stranger managed to get inside her room effortlessly, but since she could not do anything, Elise was forced to listen. LeBlanc introduced herself as the enigmatic mistress of the Black Rose. She then shared about a secret society where hidden knowledge and sorcery were shared among those who could be trusted, and kept from those who could not. In truth, the pale woman did not care who controlled each of the noble houses, as long as they were sworn to her. Since Elise had killed the thrall Berholt, she would have proven her own value, or a more suitable replacement would have to be found. At that moment, Elise realized that all of these noble houses fighting for power were just fish hunting the smaller ones. She belonged to something deeper. With that, Elise joined LeBlanc, and she took her to the Cabal, like the other members before Elise. Later, Elise met the most prominent members, trading influence and thwarting her rivals in a complex web of tangled schemes. She then realized that with the wealth of two houses, there were not many who could oppose her, and she became even more adept at persuading others to do her bidding. Her body was filled with excitement as she dove deeper into this secret organization controlling the whole Noxus. From that point onward, Elise aimed to earn LeBlanc's respect, even though she didn't even know LeBlanc's name. She ventured to the Shadow Isles to claim an artifact that LeBlanc wanted, but her journey to the Cursed Island turned her into the Spider Queen. Even so, she remained a loyal servant to the organization, and LeBlanc has added a powerful pawn to her game. After all the events that happened, LeBlanc used Elise effectively, and since she can no longer expose herself, Elise becomes the one who does some of her duties, while LeBlanc continues her schemes. This time, Elise was sent to the Shuttered Manse, waiting for another order. After traveling in stealth, Elise reached her destination, and she spent some time there. However, she was not alone. Elise felt the thief coming closer with every careful step he took. He was skillful, she'd give him that, but her awareness was heightened to degrees no mortal could conceive. His footfalls over the nearby rooftops, though soft and artfully placed, vibrated the stagnant air within her gloomy abode like the plucked string of a lute in a silent temple. His approach had woken her from dreams of the ocean, darkness rising in a tsunami that roared over the world to leave it forever sunk beneath dead black waters. Part of her relished the extinction this wave would bring, even as she knew she had played some role in its coming. The dream fell away as her multifaceted eyes opened, and she reached out through her every sense. Perception colored by scents and sounds, movement felt in the tremors of the air. Still weary and worn thin from her most recent voyage to the mist-wreathed isles, her irritation grew at the thought of having to deal with yet another intruder. Her cellar lair was folded with shadow, but the heavy barrels, rotted tapestries, and icy floorboards were as clear to her as if daylight were pouring through the shuttered grates. A whisper of skittering legs echoed through the manse, a rustle of hundreds of glossy bodies scuttling from their domains in anticipation of her desires. The dripping walls and sagging ceiling rippled with undulant motion and the gleam of thousands of unblinking eyes. "Soon, little ones," she said, her voice smoky and rich with aristocratic tones. "Let me play with this one a while." Elise felt their appetite for human flesh, sharp with need. It mirrored her own. She eased from her resting place. Her dreaming forms a shifting blend of human and arachnid, extending her slender limbs and drawing the intruder's myriad scents to her through the surfaces of her tarsal claws. She ran her tongue across needle-like teeth, learning more of him with every inward breath. A sand-kissed soul, skin of smoke, and the thinnest trace of ancient kings in his blood. One of the desert-born. Elise felt his approach, fully aware of what had drawn him to her shuttered manse on this bitterly cold night, and who had likely sent him. Like the others before him, he would find only death. Like the others, Elise would draw him to her before devouring him alive. Waning moon in a cold dark sky, low clouds and cold winds, perfect for an endeavor like this. A bell tolled over the harbor of the capital, and icy winds carried the sound of bellicose Noxian soldiers from distant camps beyond the city's watch-bell gate. Niam, the intruder, moved over the rooftops with soft and sure steps, his loose-fitting tunic and cloak of gray wool making him all but invisible. He kept low, just below the tiled ridges of the buildings, carefully judging every step over the thin layer of snowfall. A loose tile, a patch of ice, that was all it would take to end this night of death. His body broken on the cobbled street. But Niam had plundered tombs sunk deep in the sands of his homeland and climbed the cliff temples on the road of Merrowmark in search of treasure. Niam had evaded traps set in the ruins of kings and gods, so the sway-backed rooftops of Noxus, uneven, high, and filled with pitted hand and footholds, offered little in the way of challenge to a thief of his skill. He'd learned to run the sky roads as a child, weaving over the high rooftops of Belzoon to avoid roving gangs of children who beat him for the cleft that split his gums, and top lip all the way to his nose. No-Face Niam, they'd called him, his birth deformity giving the Shuriman-born and pallid Noxian runts a unifying target for their anger. Even after he'd stolen enough to have an embalmer sew his lip closed upon his 10th summer, they still mocked him. But those hard, brutal years had served him well. He'd learned to embrace solitude, to love dizzying heights, and to become one with shadows in a land that knew only the golden light of its ancient sun. But most of all, he'd learned to fight. First with his fists, and then with the obsidian blade he'd taken from the sarcophagus of a body so large it must have been one of the legendary Ascended. Sheathed across his shoulder, it had been a knife to the dead god, but was a sword to Niam. The place his paymaster had spoken of was just ahead, looming like a grand shadow of its former glory, its windows shuttered, and its gambrel roof rotten where tiles had slipped loose and fallen to the streets below. That's his way in. Niam reached the icicle-hung gable at the end of a roof and perched at its edge with perfect balance as he uncoiled a length of rope from his belt. He unfolded the hooks of a grapnel and with practiced ease cast it toward a gap between a row of cracked chimneys. The hook landed precisely where he had aimed, and he gave the rope a tug. Satisfied the hook had bedded into the stonework, he slid from the roof. The cold air cut into him as he swung over, bracing his legs like a spring to bear the impact. His boots were soft, but he winced as the sound echoed throughout the crumbling building like a hammer upon an anvil. Snow fell from the eaves, and Niam took a moment, listening for any sign that he had been heard. Nothing. The ancient house was as quiet as a tomb. Hand over hand, he pulled himself up the rope until he climbed smoothly onto the roof. Niam coiled the rope and crouched into the shadow behind a chimney. His breath misted the air, and he tugged a thick mitten of Druvask fur from his left hand, reaching up to place a bare palm on the stone. The chimney had not known warmth in many passings of the moon. Only a very few chimneys in the district smoked with a hearth fire. Other parts of the capital glimmered, ruddy with firelight. Cook fires, warrior pyres beyond the walls, and braziers set in shrines to the wolf. But not there. That area of the city fell all but abandoned, the empty windows of its black stone structures seeming like they had never known light. Tattered curtain cloth was frozen stiff by the sighing winds funneled through the narrow streets. Far below, only a few candles guttered in window sconces, and he'd seen just a single lantern hung outside a forlorn-looking tavern doorway. Pallid moonlight cast its radiance over empty streets where the snow laid undisturbed. How such a deserted space could exist in a city where every inch of ground was precious was a mystery to Niam. But this was where his employer had directed him. The manse of House Zavon. Niam slid slowly down the rope through a wide hole in the roof. Flakes of snow swirled around him as he descended, diamond motes glittering in the faint moonlight. He took a moment to let his eyes adjust to the gloom within the manse, seeing that he hung within what appeared to be a grand receiving room with a wide fireplace of gold-veined marble. Snow-brushed kindling was set in the hearth, and a bucket of frosty coal lay spilled beside it like the home's inhabitants had knocked it over in their hurry to leave and never came back. Linen-draped furniture was situated around the room, long couches, wide divans, pushed up against the walls, and empty chairs. Judging by the icy stiffness of the fabric, Niam guessed many years had passed since this room had been shuttered. The parquet floor was strewn with tiles and broken roof timbers, and he carefully placed his lading foot between the debris, testing for creaks and groans. Slowly, he let his weight settle and released the rope. Niam pushed back his hood and ran a hand over his shaven scalp, the skin dark and stubbled, tattooed, and pierced with ivory needles like a thorny crown. He crouched low and placed his palm on the floor, closing his eyes and letting the bones of the manse speak to him. The ancient timbers groaned in the cold like old men turning in their sleep. The walls silent, the house's breath hanging heavy within, trapped like the air of a plague cave where the afflicted waited to die. Every instinct told Niam this house was abandoned, a cursed palace frozen in time. And yet, a faint hiss like 1,000 whispered voices speaking in unison, a soft sense of motion all around him. A crawling sensation traveled the length of his spine, and he suppressed a shiver, telling himself it was just the cold fingers of the north wind. Niam eased his gaze around the room, not letting his eyes fix on any one point, allowing his peripheral vision to catch any movement. He saw nothing, only the swirl of snowflakes and the tiny fluttering of cloth. But the sense that something else was in here with him wouldn't abate. The elegantly written letter had been precise. Enter the Zavon mansion, find the library, and steal the designated artifact. The instructions described a grand library in the eastern wing of the manse, a room entered via tall doors of ebon black, just off the mezzanine above an octagonal atrium. Niam rose and moved to the walls, where the timber floor would be less likely to creak with his weight, and edged along them to a wide door at the far end of the room. It hung ajar, and gusts of soft wind sighed through from beyond. He slid his thin frame through the door, finding himself in a long dining room. A narrow table ran its length, still set for a lavish dinner, with painted ceramic plates and gleaming silver cutlery laid out in anticipation of guests who would never arrive. Platters were piled high with frost-dusted fruit and icy cuts of meat. Niam's stomach rumbled, reminding him that it had been many hours since he'd eaten. Would such meat be edible, preserved by the cold? Niam wasn't about to try it and find out. At the center of the table was a domed silver tray, and a sudden curiosity made him want to see what lay beneath. Niam reached over and lifted the lid, and a swirling mass of creatures erupted from a moldering joint of beef, gloss black and skittering. Spiders fleeing the light in their hundreds. None was larger than his thumbnail, and Niam flinched in horror as they spilled from the edge of the table in a squirming tide. The tray lid fell from his fingers to the floor. In the silence of the house, the clang of metal was deafening. He winced, and his hand snapped to the sword at his shoulder. Cursing his stupidity, Niam moved swiftly to a curtained window, finding the shadows and becoming one with the darkness. Stillness was his ally, and he remained utterly motionless, waiting for any sign his foolish mistake had been heard. He strained to hear something amiss, a sullen watchman, or even perhaps the owner of this house. If anything, the house felt somehow quieter, as though something else was right next to him, invisibly watching and waiting. His eyes scanned the walls from floor to cornices. The seconds became minutes, and finally, Niam let out a relieved sigh. The house was empty and abandoned. Something once grand was now reduced to a ruin. Niam talked to himself, assuring that the place was definitely dead as a desert tomb. On the other hand, Elise crawled from her cellar lair to the ground floor of the manse, moving swiftly along the walls and fluted columns to the mezzanine, each of her multiple limbs in perfect synchrony. Her chittering spiderling host followed in her wake, eager to race ahead and swarm this intruder. But she held them back for now. They hissed at her restraint like unruly children resentful at being denied this feast. Her arachnid form was as black as midnight, segmented and deadly, with an abdomen patterned with blood-red streaks. Her bladed and slender legs moved lightly, making no sound at all. Elise crawled with lithe grace across the mezzanine's checkerboard tiled floor toward the dining room. A clash of metal echoed from within as her foreclaw reached for the door. She paused, and her scuttling host did so too, gently swaying on their many legs. The sound unleashed a rush of bitter memories from her past life, of pain, humiliation, and bloody vengeance. A jealous and petty man had almost ended her life in that room. She remembered her husband's treacherous poison coursing through her veins, searing her flesh from the inside out, and crippling her with agony. A surge of hate, the flash of a blade, gloating eyes now wide with fear, a flow of red as she twisted the knife in his heart. Elise pushed the memory away. Even now, centuries later, the pain of that night still lingers. Despite drinking the antidote to the poison, she had drifted near death for weeks after his betrayal. Yet as agonizing as those weeks had been, they had signaled the coming of her rebirth. As a mere human, she had been beautiful. Now, she was glorious. Elise paused, savoring the rising tension in the thief. But beneath that, she tasted long-buried fears and a will to survive past torments, which found their echo within her. Intrigued, she lowered her claw as she heard the thief step closer. Elise turned from the dining room and swiftly crossed the mezzanine to a set of tall black doors. Niam eased open the dining room door, wincing as it creaked. But if no one had come running at the sound of him dropping the metal tray, they weren't going to come for him. At least, that was his rationale. The door opened into a high-ceilinged atrium, 8-sided and rising to a stained glass dome high above. The mezzanine floor ran around the edges of the atrium, though its timbers had collapsed in several places, and the curving staircase leading down to the vestibule was in ruins far below. Fragments of colored glass lay shattered in the vestibule, and Niam peered up into the gloom to see that the broken portions of the dome had been sealed with some kind of pale fibrous resin or gum. Thick cobwebs spanned the upper reaches of the atrium, and Niam saw wet-looking bundles held fast within them, squirming with a grotesque internal motion. Egg sacs? Captured birds? Nests? Whatever they were, it was no concern of his. Before long, he'd be out of this place with his prize and en route to a fat purse, a clean bathhouse, and a warm meal. Directly across from the dining room were a pair of imposing doors of jet-black wood, polished and gleaming like dark mirrors. Niam whispered, "There is the library, just as the letter said." He slipped across the mezzanine, carefully testing the integrity of the floor with each step before committing his weight. The wood creaked and groaned, but held. He reached the doors and tested a handle, grimacing in revulsion as his hand came away sticky, with a gummy yellow-white residue. He wiped his palm on his breeches while complaining. The door clicked open, and Niam forgot his disgust as he heard a soft sound like sand spilling over rocks. He couldn't place what it might be. Vermin in the walls, perhaps. Rats were a common enough sight in Noxus. You couldn't have this many people living cheek by jowl without them infesting every building. But this wasn't rats. Pushing the door wide, Niam entered the library. It had once been a place of wonder. Its shelves were high, crafted with love and care from pale wood with a fine contoured grain. Every bookcase had been violently emptied, leather-bound tomes, scrolls, and sheaves of paper cast to the floor in disarray. Books likely worth a small fortune lying amid ancient scrolls that had been torn like discarded army script tokens. Artifacts of strange and unusual design had been smashed to pieces, and statues of onyx and jade lay broken into shards. A swaying black chandelier hung from a slender cord over the center of the room. And there, at the far end of the chamber, was a cabinet of dark wood and cold iron, from which a soft illumination pulsed. Niam figured that was his target, picking a path toward the cabinet through the scattered books. He wondered why anyone would destroy such a treasure trove of wisdom and imagination. This chaos had the hallmarks of someone wreaking havoc in blind fury. Judging by the dust gathered on the embossed covers and gilded spines, that rage had been spent long ago. He bent to lift a book from the floor, its pages brittle with age. portions of its thick leather cover bore the same glistening residue from the door handle. He opened it and saw the harsh, angular script of the old tongue of Noxus, a language only the high-born patricians ever used. Niam couldn't read it, and it hurt his eyes just trying to follow the crisp writing in the dim light. Placing the book back on the floor, Niam pressed on, hearing the soft sound of sand over stone once again. He paused, trying to pinpoint the noise, but it was all around him. Finally, he reached the cabinet, its black wood oddly glistening with a patina of moisture that seemed to be oozing from within, as though something inside was leaking. Careful not to touch the liquid, he bent to sniff it. Salt and rotten timbers, mulched seaweed, and old blood. Niam was puzzled, thinking the item contained tainted seaweed or some sort. He knelt to examine the cabinet from the ground up, looking for any trap mechanisms, his ungloved hands gliding over the wet wood in search of catches, switches, or latches. His awareness of his surroundings faded, and all his attention focused on the cabinet and whatever lethal devices it might have in store. Its doors appeared to be secured by the simplest of locks. Surely something so valuable would be protected by more than a pin lock, Nyman whispered in disbelief. It was almost as though they wished it to be stolen. Niam ran his fingertips around the handles, then drew a mirror from his pouches and used it to peer within the mechanism of the pin lock. No spring-loaded needle, no glass pellet of lethal gas, nor any inscribed curses or magical trap runes. Satisfied the lock was just as it seemed, he reached up and slid out one of the longer ivory needles from a pierced fold of skin on his scalp. He pressed it into the lock and gently eased the iron pins from their holes. With the last pin secured, Niam slid the needle back into his scalp and flexed his fingers. His stomach grumbled with a stabbing hunger. He was suddenly ravenous, ready to tear raw flesh from the bone and drain entire vats of beer. His appetite from the dining room returned tenfold, and for a fleeting second, he considered going back to take one of the cuts of meat from the table. However, he pushed the sensation down, shocked at how visceral it had been. Nyman opened the cabinet, and his stomach again tightened with powerful hunger pangs. Sitting within was a crystalline hourglass encased in a delicate framework of brass. It stood 2 handspans tall, and tumultuous clouds of blue light spiraled inside, moving restlessly back and forth from top to bottom. Droplets of red water seemed to sweat from the smoky glass, forming a glossy crimson pool that was the source of the moisture seeping from the cabinet. Niam hesitated to remove the object, knowing it was touched by the darkest of magics. He pulled his gloves back on and carefully lifted the hourglass. It felt warm, like a roasted shank of meat fresh from a clay oven, and he closed his eyes as his mind filled with bloody horrors. A slaughterman's cleaver splitting bone for the pot, butchered corpses hung on hooks to drain them of blood, a toothed maw feeding a hunger that could never be sated, soul lights ripped from the living and the dead. Even in death I hunger. Niam set the hourglass back down, all but overcome by the gut punch of the gory imagery and disgusted with himself as his craving surged. He does not know what the item is, but the sooner he is out of there and rid of it, the better. He unfastened the clasp securing his cloak and removed it, before swiftly wrapping the hourglass within. Niam closed the cabinet and turned to leave, and his mouth fell open in shock. Every surface of the library was swathed in glistening strands of web, stretching in taut lines from the bookshelves to the floor. Partially shuttered windows were rendered opaque and sealed to their frames. with scattered books and scrolls submerged beneath undulant dunes of white silk. The rustling sound of sand over rocks intensified, and Niam drew his black-bladed sword as he saw the ceiling squirm with thousands of spiders in crimson and jets. More of them crawled toward him in a black tide, squeezing fat bodies from cracks in the walls and floor, swarming over one another to reach him. At that moment, Niam prayed. He called an ancient protector from Shurima named Ramus and asked for its protection. A large motion drew his gaze upward toward the chandelier. It unfolded from the central point, and a huge segmented body uncurled to reveal a monstrous spider with a pulsing black abdomen streaked with a vivid crimson. Its eyes settled upon Nyman as it lowered from the ceiling. Even as it descended on its cord of silk, its outline seemed to fold in on itself, reshaping and swelling into a new form like a larva emerging from a chrysalis. The monster's rear limb slid around to its back, and its forelimbs twisted and extended to become long human legs. Its body stretched to assume the curves of a voluptuous woman clad in red and black, in silk and damask. Her skin lightened from midnight to the violet of an ill-fated sunset, and the crimson slash on the monster's abdomen became a slicked-back mane of blood-red hair. But it was her eyes, twin pools of ruby light framed by a chitinous crown, that kept Nyman pinned in place. The monster was Elise, the one protecting the place. Her tapered foot touched the ground, and she stepped toward him like a ribbon dancer coming down after a flawless performance in the air. Elise told Nyman that the item didn't belong to him. Nyman tried to speak, but his tongue turned to turgid leather, his fingers tightening on the grip of his sword. Her beauty was otherworldly and intoxicating, repellent and achingly desirable all at once. He craved the embrace of her slender limbs, even as he knew that touching her hideous body would be the death of him. He took a step toward her, trying to quell the rising terror of his wildly beating heart. She grinned, exposing needle-like teeth wet with venom. How would it be to have them fasten on his arm? To feel her venom coursing through his veins. Niam shook his head, breaking eye contact, the breath he hadn't known he was holding rushing to fill his lungs, as her blandishments and seductions fell away. He then said that he thinks it is not hers either, finally finding his voice. Elise answered, agreeing with Niam, arguing it cost her a great deal to retrieve, so the point is moot. Niam warned that the man paying him is powerful. That felt like an empty threat because Elise knew that the person the item was promised to was no less so. Niam began circling her, edging toward the black doors. She stepped closer, the spiders parting before her. The hooked limbs at her back flexed as she rolled her shoulders. Elise questioned if he really expected to walk out of there alive. Niam, brandishing the sword that had once belonged to a dead god, asked Elise if she planned to stop him. He had split the skulls of many who stood between him and escape. No doubt, but his tally of deaths is insignificant when set next to hers. She is Lady Elise, and he is just the latest fly to wander into her web. Niam bolted, sprinting toward the library doors. He felt the spiders' bodies pop beneath his boots, heard the crunch of their hard shells, and smelled the acrid stink of their ichor. He'd hoped to gain advantage with this sudden speed, but now saw how horribly he'd misjudged this woman. She somersaulted toward the doors, springing from the wall in a graceful arc. A burst of silk spat toward the cloak-wrapped hourglass in Nyman's hands. He twisted away, but the sticky web stuck to the edge of his cloak and pulled. Niam cried out in fury as the hourglass was wrenched from his grasp. It flew back through the air and slammed hard into the wood of the cabinet, the brass frame buckling with the impact. The artifact landed on the spun softness of the webs covering the floor and rolled onto its side. Elise scolded Niam as the item broke. Shortly, a curling wisp of deep blue smoke drifted from a wide crack in the hourglass. More smoke was pouring out, thicker, darker, reeking of old blood and fear. It swirled with a red lightning, a storm of cold light and hunger. A terrible outline began to form, broad and bloated. A vast figure in thick plates of rusted and decaying armor. A horned skull took shape, with a fanged maw that creakingly stretched wide with hideous appetite. Niam asked what was happening, and then terror struck deep into his bones and rooted him to his spot. Elise answered, "It was a soul gorger, a creature of infinite hunger that will feast on one's spirit for an eternity, a thing of the Shadow Isles." Niam made the sign of the sun across his heart as a host of smaller forms coalesced around the creature, wretched, half-digested spirits with missing arms, dislocated jaws, gouged open chests, and scooped-out skulls. Tethers of blood-red light bound them to the giant entity that feasted on them even as it enslaved them. He felt their pain, their horror at being slowly devoured. But more terrible than that, he felt their awful need to save themselves from torment. The soul gorger finally talked, its voice like a blunt saw through bone, and it said that a mortal meat was for a feast. Thinking fast, Elise cried, hoping to break the spell of terror that lay upon him. She yelled "thief" multiple times, calling the attention of Niam. On the other hand, Niam didn't respond, paralyzed at the sight of this unnatural specter, a thing so inimical to life that his mortal mind couldn't accept its existence. Elise felt the brutal rawness of the spirit's hunger, a voracious, single-minded imperative without the refinement of her appetites. It disgusted her. Elise took hold of the thief's shoulder, and his head snapped up. She told him to ready his sword and fight, or they both would die. The soul gorger took a ponderous step forward, a grotesque grin splitting its butcher's face. Her tone brooked no disagreement, and the thief unsteadily lifted his blade. The soul gorger raised a meaty arm, and the enslaved abominations flew at them. The legs at Elise's back lashed out like reaping scythes, and the thief slashed with his sword. The spirits recoiled, screeching in pain as the weapons cut through them. Elise didn't waste the momentary reprieve. She instructed Niam to run, turning and bolting for the door. The thief followed, hot on her heels, but the slave spirits of the soul gorger were far swifter than she had expected. Their claws raked living flesh, and the thief cried out as a spirit sliced his shoulder and hip. Cold blue light poured into him, and he stumbled as more of the spirits closed in, tearing at them with icy talons as they fought side by side toward the library doors. Elise gritted her teeth against the freezing numbness spreading from each wound, flowing through her like a soporific poison. Elise, dragging Niam onward, shouted at him to move. They tumbled through the doors, and she threw him to the floor before turning back to the library. Thousands more spiders were spilling onto the mezzanine from the levels below, scuttling down the walls and pushing out between warped floorboards. Elise slammed the library doors closed and told the spiders to seal the way. The spiderlings flowed up the wall, furiously spinning webs as they went. Sticky swatches of silk clogged the hair-fine gap between the doors, filled the keyholes, and sealed them shut. Pulsing blue light is built around the edges of the frame. The webs were holding for now, but already they were fraying, the resin-like substance running like melting wax. Faint wisps of ethereal mist seeped through the gaps, along the ghostly hands and suggestions of wailing faces. Elise's webbing would make for a much stronger barrier. but spinning it would take time and energy she didn't have. She bent down, and a handful of spiders crawled onto her extended palms, and she held them up before her face. She pictured what she needed, and they leaped from her hands, disappearing into cracks in the walls. Gratitude, the thief expressed, breathless with terror. Elise snapped, rising to her full height, telling Niam she didn't do it for him. If a soul gorger feeds, it gets stronger. That was the reason. Striding toward the dining room, Elise told Niam to get up. The web won't hold for long. Elise threw open the dining room door, moving swiftly past the long table where her husband had betrayed her. She hadn't set foot in here since that night. The thief was limping badly now, a pallid, deathly light spreading through his body from where the revenant's claw had pierced him. He didn't know it, but he was as good as dead. Truth be told, he had been doomed the moment he had chosen to rob her. Niam then mentioned that he missed the sun, his eyes already glazing over. Elise replied that he'll never see them again unless that's what awaits him beyond, when he dies. Niam insisted that he was just exhausted and wounded, his voice growing faint and cold. He had been hurt worse before and walked away. Elise shook her head, and one of the legs at her shoulders stabbed down into his neck. A spasm of venom pumped into the thief, and he flinched from the sudden hot rush of it, stumbling back and lifting his sword. The blade wavered in his weakening grip, and Elise felt the heat of the magic wrought in the folds of its ancient metal. Niam questioned what Elise did. She answered that she gave him a sliver of venom that would allow him to live just a little longer. Niam asked for further clarification, and Elise complied. The touch of the Shadow Isles is death. Every second a mortal spends in that damned place drains the soul like blood flowing from a cut that can never heal. That touch is now inside him, leeching his life away with every last breath. Niam steadied himself on the table, and Elise saw snaking lines of black spreading across his face. Niam argued Elise was touched by the spirits too, but her body is a thing of magic, wrought by the venom of an ancient god. Niam then asked if Elise was immortal. Despite everything, Elise laughed with bitter humor. She wasn't, but it'll take more than a soul gorger to end her. She hopes. Niam followed Elise into the chamber where he had first entered the shuttered manse. His every step was leaden, every breath a battle. It was all he could do to place one foot in front of the other. So very cold. He bumped into a sheet-covered chair, and his misted gaze cleared long enough for him to see the dangling rope he had used to descend from the roof. At that point, Niam even doubts if he has enough strength to climb it. Elise stood beneath the hole in the ceiling, haloed in a moonbeam and beautiful once more. Her skin shimmered with an internal radiance, lustrous and vibrant, her eyes alight with purpose. Niam complimented her beauty, his voice sounding as though it came from so very far away. She turned to face him, and his heart beat a little faster. Elise asked what others called him, and Niam introduced himself, his mind falling back through his life. No-Face Niam. Elise's head cocked to the side. She asked why they gave him such a name. He pulled his lip back to show her the ruin of his cloven gums and poorly sewn scar. She nodded and reached out to run her smooth fingertips across his cheek and chin. Elise then told him that they all had their scars, and he felt a strange, invigorating warmth pass into him. Shortly, Elise instructed him to ready that fine sword of his. They're going to need it. Niam turned in time to see the doors flung open by the Soul Gorger's spectral host. They charged in a howling mass of nightmares, screeching with frantic urgency. His heart flared to life like a hearth fire given fresh fuel, and he roared as he swung his sword. The blade bit deep into the smoky depths of their bodies, and their screams were of pain and sweet release. His own pain was forgotten, the ice in his veins melting before the heat of Elise's venomous touch. He was once again a warrior of the sun, ready to fight and die a hero's death. Even as he fought, he watched as Elise leaped and dived among the spirits, her speed and agility incredible. His vision grew dull, bleached of color, but her form seemed to blur between blinks, transforming between sinuous human beauty and the lethal elegance of a deadly spider. Niam fought all the harder, hoping she might see how brave he was and that it might please her. But the fire in his blood could only last so long, and every clawing blow and deathly touch slowed him. Niam tried to shout his defiance, but his throat felt as though it were thick with frost. His sword was heavy in his hand, but he would not drop it. He sank to his knees, feeling colder than he could ever remember. The mist wraiths encircled him, but they weren't trying to kill him. He felt icy hands hauling him away. He saw them around Elise, their ghostly limbs dragging her down with the sheer weight of numbers. She hissed and spat at them, but to no avail. Niam dug deep, reaching for the fire she had given him, but it was utterly spent. Elise. Niam whispered her name. Hot venom furiously coursed through Elise's body as the wretched host dragged her and the thief before the soul gorger. Its fire kept the deathly touch of the spirits at bay, but she couldn't sustain it for long. Back now in the library, no-faced Niam knelt before the spirits, alive, but only just, his soul all but drained. Despite that, he gripped his black sword as if he might somehow strike one last blow. The vast specter towered over Elise, its bestial features twisted in monstrous hunger. It knew she was special, that she was more than just a simple mortal, and it was taking its time, savoring the moment before it drained her of life. Bright soul meat, the soul gorger mentioned. It was a rich feast. Elise answered, saying, "Too bad it'll never know." The soul gorger laughed, a growling, wet sound as it said Elise would be a husk in its wake. Elise wagged an admonishing finger and asked if the soul gorger had heard the saying that the man with his head in the clouds never sees the scorpion at his feet. If not, then she always felt it would be better if the soul gorger swapped out a scorpion for a spider. It stared at her in confusion, then reached down to lift her to its terrible maw. The claw hand paused before it could touch her. The soul gorger turned to see that the broken hourglass had been lifted from the floor on a taut length of silk, drawn upward by scores of spiderlings. Sick light still wept from the many cracks in the glass, but with every passing second, it dimmed as hundreds of tiny spiders spun their webs across them like weavers at a loom. Elise thanked the little ones. She had already bought enough time for them to do their part. Feeling the soul gorger's power weaken, its sudden fear drove away all thoughts of feasting. Elise shouted once more, telling Niam to strike now. The thief lifted his head and with the last of his strength, drove the sword into the soul gorger's belly. The creature let loose a deafening howl, the sound shaking the walls with its fury. The few panes left in the windows exploded, raining glittering daggers of glass to the floor. It roared, saying it won't go back. Elise just hushed it, telling the soul gorger that it'll be over soon. The soul gorger reached for her with ghostly talons, but the door of its prison was already slamming shut. Its form stretched, twisting in the air as it was pulled back inside the hourglass, along with its enslaved host. Streamers of cold light spiraled around the specter as the other spirits shrieked in terror, knowing they would bear the full brunt of its imprisoned rage. Books and scrolls spun in a whirlwind as the soul gorger fought the inevitable, but it was no use. As the last crack in the hourglass was sealed with silken webs, the final bar of its prison was set back in place. the creature's roar was abruptly stilled, and an empty silence filled the library. Elise let out a shuddering breath. Niam's sword fell from his hands as he sank to his haunches. His chest heaved in shallow gasps, his eyes wide at their unexpected survival. Elise stepped over the fallen books to where the hourglass still spun on the web, feeling the terrible hunger within, the horror of the trapped spirits, and the ferocious power pressing at the glass. The pressure on the webs was immense, and her spiderling's work wouldn't hold for much longer. Elise then said that she'd need a stronger vessel. The caverns beneath the towers were cold, pleasingly hung with cobwebs, their walls glistening with moisture. Elise didn't like going this far beneath the earth, but darkness was the hallmark of the pale woman she was here to meet, and so had to be endured. As always, their rendezvous was in secret, their communications made by mystic signs and sigils that led Elise through the labyrinthine pathways. Given the nature of her business, she wasn't surprised by the woman's caution. Swain, the Grand General of Noxus, was a vengeful and capricious man whose schemes within schemes were all but impenetrable. Much better to err on the side of secrecy and believe he had eyes and ears everywhere. Shortly, a voice from the shadows echoed. LeBlanc asked Elise if she had the item. Not one of Elise's many predatory senses had caught so much as a whisper of the woman's arrival, but she tried not to show any surprise. Elise said yes, holding out a silken bag before her. Pale hands reached from the darkness to take it, the skin almost transparent, with hair-fine blue veins squirming like worms just below the surface. LeBlanc was truly someone who could not be described. LeBlanc then said that the usual payment would be delivered to Elise's manse. Her tones were old and refined, an accent from a different age. They will be young and dashing, foolish and devoted, just as Elise likes them. Elise felt the now familiar mix of hungry anticipation and self-loathing, but pushed it aside. Introspection was not something she relished. Elise said she could use a blush of youth again. LeBlanc replied, saying Elise is as lovely now as she ever was. She then reached into the silken bag and removed the soul gorger's glowing prison, a freshly bleached skull sealed tight with hardened webs of Elise's creation, perfect in every way, save for the cleft in the bone of its upper jaw. After everything that happened, it was LeBlanc who was pulling the strings behind the curtain. No one knows what she does with the items, but it was rumored to be connected to her youth, the reason why she was even older than Noxus itself. LeBlanc was on a mission, and all of her preparations were part of her schemes, waiting for the return of Mordekaiser, who was beneath the immortal bastion. As the political chaos unfolded on Noxus, LeBlanc wasn't the only one who had been plotting. The Emperor Swain had been stirring up controversy across the land, and even the soldiers talked about the recent events. On a separate occasion, General Granth mutters he doesn't understand the situation, nervously trying to smother the light from his lamp. He and his cousin went to the so-called Forbidden Place, and there was nothing there. It's a dead end. He stands at the threshold, framed by the dark stonework, against the deeper darkness beyond it. He does not see the open gateway before him, nor the angular Ochnin inscriptions that surround it. He does not see the fragments of bone that litter the flagstones beneath his boots. From the shadows, LeBlanc smiles, playing her part. While in disguise, LeBlanc told Granth that it was the simplest of things to hide in plain sight. The general turns, confusion and frustration written clearly upon his face. She lashed out and replied to not play games with him, even calling Leb his cousin. He then questioned if he had any idea what he was risking being down there, or what would happen if they were caught. Those districts are forbidden by order of the council. There are Legion patrols everywhere. That, at least, is true. Ever since the usurper Swain seized control, he has kept the immortal bastion locked down. Officially, it is to protect the Triferix against reprisals from those noble houses that opposed its creation. Unofficially, he is daring men like Bran and Granth to expose themselves as his enemies. LeBlanc assured Granth that they could not doubt his loyalty, a hero of the Gates of Mourning no less. He is to be honored by the command of the Grand General himself. What can they say to that? If they were spotted, he would not even need to run. His expression darkens. He then said that no one ran from the Triferian Legion. LeBlanc does not need to hear this thinly veiled propaganda again. In little more than a year, Swain has built a certain mystique around himself and Darius, the Hand of Noxus, and those who serve them both. It is a brilliant scheme, though it fills her heart with hatred to admit it. Even so, she let Granth have his moment. It is why they're here. His eyes fall to the ground, sharing that they didn't win the Gates of Mourning. The Legion did. That's why Swain won't attend the triumph. He knows they need not even have been there. He insults them with this pomp and ceremony in front of all Noxus. LeBlanc nodded, laying a hand on Granth's shoulder. She then said that is why they will make him pay for everything he has done. Granth is a true Noxian. Anyone can see that. She, or rather he, had told the others all about Granth, and they wished to meet him for themselves. She wishes to meet you. Granth replied that he couldn't meet anyone if they couldn't get inside. He glances around. He was about to ask something about the Black Rose, but LeBlanc recoiled. She told him not to use that name. It makes him sound like, well, as he said, like he doesn't understand. Pushing past him, LeBlanc strides through the yawning mouth of the gate. He almost drops the lantern in surprise, seeing the entrance now for the first time. Stumbling after her, Granth checks to make sure they are not being followed, then squints into the shadows of the passageway. Granth hissed, asking if it was true, what they say about her, pertaining to the pale woman in the dark rose. LeBlanc does not slow her pace. She just tells Granth to find out for himself. The Immortal Bastion is not a monument, as most Noxians believe, nor is it merely a fortress in the sense that the old tribes knew it. The stone around them almost thrums with power, though Granth is mostly oblivious. LeBlanc had seen it countless times through the centuries. Granth knew something was not right, but felt it only as a lethargic drag on its limbs and a whispering itch in the back of his brain. Few mortals last long when they are this close to the source. To his credit, he still has his wits about him, enough to reach for his dagger when a robed figure emerges from the gloom. LeBlanc passed both of them, her illusion in disguise and Granth coming in the other direction. LeBlanc noticed that she looked tired. No matter, this will be concluded soon enough. Granth eyes her suspiciously until she disappears from sight, then ambles to the side of the person he knows as his cousin. Granth asked Hadrian, the man who believed his cousin, who are these people in shadows as more anonymous figures come and go? Still playing her part, Hadrian answered he didn't recognize any of them. Granth then asked if they were the allies Hadrian spoke of among the other houses. LeBlanc sighed. For her, it was disappointing that the finest military minds often cannot see what is right in front of them. She replied as Hadrian, saying they are sympathetic to their family's plight, keeping the disdain from her voice. Hadrian then adds that they, all of them, are committed to the downfall of the usurper and the restoration of the throne. It is better that they do not know their names or their faces. Granth scoffs. He is about to argue, but the words die on his lips as they turn the last corner. They stand at the edge of the great well of souls, plunging into the bedrock of Noxus, far deeper than the physical dimensions of the bastion should even allow. A roiling miasma of cold blues and jealous greens swirls in the distance beneath them, underlighting the 3 bridges that span the gap. There, between them, suspended against the madness, is a frightful, hulking silhouette that every Noxian knows only too well. A husk of lifeless armor depicted in every history book, and 1,000 defaced statues are scattered across the old city. The armored body of Mordekaiser. Granth takes half a step back. He murmurs, saying, "It can't be." His voice is cracking. His eyes glisten with tears. Hadrian leaned in over his shoulder to whisper behind his ear. He then asked if Granth saw the truth of it now, the truth behind the great empire of Noxus. So has it been for centuries, since the days of the first kings. No grand general, no emperor or tyrant can stand unless the mistress of the immortal bastion allows it. Many are those who would serve, though few prove worthy. Hadrian gently plucks the lantern from his trembling fingers and guides him away from the sight that has so transfixed him, toward the veiled alcoves that line the passage on either side. Granth then said that Swain must fall. Their cabal is utterly committed to this above all else, and they will sacrifice whatever they must to achieve it. On some level, Granth knows what he will see even before LeBlanc pulls back the shroud. It is the desiccated body of his cousin Hadrian. The younger man's features are frozen in a deathly rictus, yet there is an unmistakable sense of peace about it. LeBlanc then said that Granth's house was singled out most unfairly during the coup. His father and his brothers were stripped of all they possessed, simply for remaining true to Borum Darkwill at the end. Hadrian gave his life gladly in pursuit of revenge. She then asked if Granth would honor that debt and join them now too. Granth sinks to his knees, looking up at LeBlanc with fresh eyes. He stutters, finally realizing that it was her. LeBlanc is the infamous Pale Woman. Granth does not even flinch when a second Pale Woman appears at LeBlanc's side. They speak with the same voice. LeBlanc said, "She was everywhere. She was everyone. They know only what they need to know and see what she wants them to see." Jericho Swain is not the only one who can exaggerate his own legend. A third Pale Woman steps out behind Granth, and then a fourth. Even so, he bows his head to LeBlanc, no doubt convinced he finally understands. He does not need her to point out the empty alcove beside his cousins. Granth swears with all my heart and every drop of his noble blood, he will serve LeBlanc. He will not rest until the pretender Swain is dead. LeBlanc finds his promise a bit funny. For her, this naive fool thinks he will be the one to land the killing blow. But she will let him think that, for it suits her purpose, which is merely to probe the Grand General's defense. LeBlanc traced the sigil of the Cabal in the air above Granth's head, marking him as her own. None who see it will interfere with the plots they shall soon devise. LeBlanc tells Granth to rise, proud son of the Noxie. His pledge is heard and accepted. Together they will be victorious, and his name will be celebrated as the savior of an empire. Of course, that was far from the truth, but necessary for her endgame schemes when Mordekaiser finally revives. With her endless schemes, everything that happened could only land on different faces of a coin. Either LeBlanc was involved or only a byproduct of her actions, and there are a lot of instances that could prove so. For starters, Scion was resurrected with the help of the Black Rose, likely at LeBlanc's command. LeBlanc assisted Borum Darkwheel's rise to Grand Generalship, but when he refused to be LeBlanc's puppet, she orchestrated a revealing of the Black Rose. manipulating Jericho Swain into revealing the Black Rose and its members. When Darkwill refused to follow LeBlanc's orders after ascending to the throne, LeBlanc manipulated Swain into revealing the Black Rose and its members, including his own parents. In the later years of Darkwill's life, LeBlanc and Darkwill sent Swain into a battle in Ionia, knowing he would lose, leaving Swain crippled. As she worked around the whole of Runeterra, LeBlanc encountered a lot of promising individuals. She has a special interest in Samira, but couldn't recruit her to the Black Rose just yet. LeBlanc secretly trained Rel as a weapon specifically against Mordekaiser. Riven's blade was enchanted by LeBlanc herself. LeBlanc later sent a small warband that included Riven's old teammates to bring her and the blade back to Noxus. Meanwhile, in Demacia, LeBlanc may be plotting a war between Demacia and Noxus. At the moment, a clone of herself pretended to be a Demacian noble, having encountered Garen and Quinn in the process. However, her cover was blown by Garen when he tried to greet her with a Demacian norm, but LeBlanc could not answer. It is implied that LeBlanc was involved in the capture of Jarvan IV by the Noxian army. Her interactions with incisive tacticians and Black Rose spy, mentioning golden crowns, suggests that LeBlanc might have been involved in the death of King Jarvan III too. In the end, nothing was set in stone. No one could prove nor deny LeBlanc's influence on every catastrophic event in Runeterra. She could be anyone, and no one could even notice. Her illusions are direct copies of herself, not just mere clones. Some might question who the real LeBlanc is, but the answer could also be all of them. LeBlanc is an enigma of her own. She pulls every string behind the curtain to ensure Mordekaiser will not reign again. Everything was just a casualty, or perhaps an experiment for fun. Do you think her almost a millennium's worth of planning could defeat the return of Mordekaiser? Well, that would be a different story for another time.